Joey Smalls.
We're good to go. We're good to go. Steve's amazing.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We're ready to begin. Director Roten, whenever you are ready, you may call the meeting to order.
Good morning. Oh my goodness, it's so great to see all those smiling faces out there today. Welcome to, and we'll call the meeting to order of the Western Municipal Water District regular board meeting, July 15th, 2026. May we please have roll call?
Thank you. Good morning. Director Gardner.
I am here.
Director Torres.
Here.
Director Denstedt.
Present.
Director Risby.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. President Roten.
And I also am here.
Thank you. President Roten, you have a quorum today.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to invite Jennifer Enriquez, Senior Office Assistant, Operations Department Administration, to the front, to the side.
To the side.
You can tell, yeah, you can tell where I'm used to looking
morning.
to lead us in the pledge. Can you tell us just briefly about yourself,
Yes,
please?
of course. My name is Jennifer Enriquez, Senior Office Assistant. Senior Office Assistant, Front Desk at Operations, and I've been with Western for 11 years. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll move to item 4, public comments. Do we have any public comments today, Ms. Ford?
President Roten, I received no written public comments, and I have no requests in the audience nor on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go now to item 5, presentations. Presentation of 2026 Western Water Leaders. Presentation, Mr.
All right.
Miller.
So we started, what year is this, Michael? What class is this?
Fourth.
Fourth class. So we came up with this idea a while ago that we want to do a better job of coordinating with our business and outside water industry leaders to talk about water and the importance of water. So Michael leads the program for us. This is a great day. We're graduating another class, and so Michael's going to do a presentation on it. So thank you very much, Michael. And then we'd like the board to take a picture with the graduating class after he's done.
Okay.
All right.
Take
Good
it
morning,
away.
President. Thank you. Good morning, President Roten, members of the board, everyone in the audience. Thanks for having me today. My name is Michael Hadley. I'm the Government Relations Officer here at Western Municipal Water District, and I'm here to present on our Western Water Leaders Class 2026 cohort and presenting them their certificates. So with that, next slide. I guess I can always do too. Agenda today, it's going to be a pretty quick overview of the program itself. We'll present the certificates for our 2026 cohort, and then we'll briefly talk about next year's cohort and its timeline. Next slide. Just as a reminder, and for anyone who's watching that's not aware of the program, the overall program purpose is to enhance trust and credibility within Western Water service area, improve awareness of Western Water regional priorities, engage key community partners, and create informed water ambassadors and advocates. Next slide. Overall, our Water Leaders program is comprised of 4 main components. One of them is the Riverside County Water Task Force Speaker Series. Another is the Metropolitan Water District inspection trips, our luncheon series, and then finally what we're here to talk about today is our certificate program. Next slide. So let's talk about this year's cohort and the certificate requirements itself. Next slide. So to become a Western Water Leader and earn your certificate, you need to attend the required classes as follows. You need to attend a Western Water 101 session. This was new this year. We realized that fitting both a Western Water 101, a state water policy, and a federal water policy class into 90 minutes is not nearly enough time. So we had separated them out, and now we have state and federal water policy 101 sessions that are outside of that first one. We have our Metropolitan Water District inspection trip program, of course. They need to attend either the one-day or the multi-day one. A Connect the Drops tour, which is a local tour of our local facilities. our Water Task Force Speaker Series, which you're all familiar with. And then, of course, attend either one board or committee hearing. That could be either in person or virtual. And then attend our Western Water Leader Luncheon. And with that, I am proud to announce that for this year's cohort, we have Adam Ruiz from Rincon Strategy, Nicole Daly from Daily Strategies, Mark Cloud from Southern California Edison, Jamil Dada from Provident Bank, and Jonathan Lopez from the Office of Mayor Patricia Locke Dawson. So with that, we have some gifts for them for attending this year-long program and for meeting at least most of the requirements on that list. They're going to be receiving a customized Ember mug with the Western Water logo on it, as well as a challenge coin for them, which are very exclusive. They're not handed out very often, so we encourage them to display that and have people ask questions, and of course, request that they give their challenge, not give their challenge coin, but challenge the next person in their circle to be part of the Western Water Leader program. So with that, I'm going to invite a few of our members today from our cohort here. I don't believe I see Jonathan today, but Jonathan and Jamil are not here, but we do have Adam, Nicole, and Mark Cloud here who will join us. Where should we take the photo? Micah, where would you recommend we take a photo? Up here? Great. So we could have the board also join us. I've got some certificates here. Nicole. Okay. All right. Okay, that's a year-long endeavor, and obviously working in our busy lives and schedules change and things like that. So I just want to extend my personal gratitude for this cohort for taking the time to be a part of this year-long program and for agreeing to being an ongoing member of this program. There's a little bit of an expectation that once you graduate from a cohort and go through the certificate program that you, when Western needs some assistance and wants some outside perspective on some important issues, that they come back and engage and be a part of our organization. So with that, next slide. Thinking about next year's cohort already, we've got a schedule already put out there in the works and some draft invitees on a list, and thinking about sending those out soon. Next slide. Our timeline's already tentatively set. You can see on there it's going to be a busy year ahead. While it looks like a lot of things, we try and make sure that we recognize that these are working professionals, that we don't want to take too much of their time throughout the entire year, but we do have some expectations of different trips and sessions that we do want them to attend, including our new federal and state Water Policy 101 sessions and our metropolitan inspection trips. Next slide. With that, if you have any suggestions, anyone on the board has suggestions of people you would like to see in this program, feel free to reach out to Tammy and send those names and emails to them. And of course, staff, if there's any suggestions of folks you would like to see in this program, you can send those suggestions to me. We request that they be civic or community leaders and that they're not currently employees or board members at other water agencies. Our intent is to have like a non-water group of people to be able to reach out to and invest in the community. So with that, next slide. Happy to take any final questions before we conclude.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Great presentation and congratulations to you all. That's quite a commitment, looking at what's coming up for next year. And I mean, you kind of look at it, it's like once a month, but I know it's more than that, and time-wise, so thank you very much. Okay, we will now move to the consent calendar, item 6, A and B. Do we have any questions?
So
or
moved.
Okay, we
I'll
have a
second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, may we have roll call, please? Oh,
Direct-
wait a minute. Were there any public comments?
There are none.
Okay, thank you.
Director Gardner.
Aye.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Dinstedt.
Aye.
Director Risby.
Aye.
President Roden.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we will move to item 7. Mr. Miller, any items to be added to the agenda?
There's nothing to add today, but I would like to recommend that we move item 8D to follow the closed session on that item. So move it just later. So we'll go through 2 of the closed sessions, we'll reconvene to hear 8D, and then we'll go back to closed session for the final 2 closed session items,
Okay.
if the
Do-
board likes that
Do
idea.
we just need consensus on that, Mr. Stewart, or?
No, thank you, President Roden. No, as chair, you can move the agenda around as you wish. So
Okay.
I think on staff's recommendation, all it takes is you saying, yeah, that's fine.
Yes, please. Okay, all right. And we move to item A, what we've all been waiting for. 8A, authorize the general manager to execute exchange water purchase agreements with partner agencies. And that sounds so small, but it isn't. It's really big and it's really exciting, and we're glad you're all here. So, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, if I could get, I have maybe a little bit of run of show, so staff will do a presentation, and then we'll give it back to the board for President Roten's comments. The rest of the board member comments, we'll take a vote, and, we'll also call up the member agencies to make comments before we bring it back to the board for a
Okay,
vote.
1 second. There's some sort of feedback or echo happening. I don't know if it's
I
on
think you have to turn,
here.
disconnect your,
We're trying to figure it out. It's throwing us off a little bit, sorry. We're hearing you twice.
you have to disconnect the.
Once is more than enough.
Okay, no worries.
Was that the culprit, or is there
I
another
guess
one?
it was me.
No, I'm still hearing something.
Oh, you can, oh, yeah.
We're going to take a small technical break.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you don't know.
Okay.
I disconnected you.
Okay,
Are we good?
so we
That
should
did
be
it?
okay?
It did?
Oh.
Anyone hear anything?
Yeah, that sounds
It's all
better.
good?
Oh, no, that's better.
Yeah.
Much better.
Give us just one moment.
Okay.
Give us
Oh.
one moment. We've got a
Please, thank
PowerPoint
you.
we'd like to show you.
So, yeah.
You can put that PowerPoint up, that'd be fantastic.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Are we showing that on Zoom?
We are.
Okay. No, this is, I agree with President Roten. This is a day we've been waiting a long time for. We've done a lot of work to get to this day. This is it's kind of a rare opportunity where as agencies and member agencies for the regional good, we're able to taken action like today to diversify our portfolios and secure water supplies, increase our local water supplies, actually save money for our customers in the long run, and not have to actually construct anything. So no environmental problems, no greenhouse gas emissions, no change orders, no delays. So, this has really been a fun agreement to work on. But these things don't happen easily. So maybe next slide. When, the pathway, we're kind of starting halfway through the story here with the pathway. So, San Diego County Water Authority and Met had been in a lawsuit for a really long time. I think there was something like 10 different lawsuits that were pending between the two agencies. A lot of legal expenses, a lot of animosity, a lot of people retracting and protecting their own self-interests. And it's been not a good thing for Southern California. And so the first important step in this pathway was Metropolitan and Adon Ortega leading the charge with Chair Serrano from Water Authority and Dan Denham to really decide it's time to stop all that. And that's hard. Met has an enormous board. It can be challenging. Director Denstead can do a 30-minute presentation on that part of it. But getting everyone aligned, and Water Authority has a board almost the same size as Met's. So you think of getting all those people in alignment to say, we're done with the fighting. And that is what opened the door to doing smarter things with water resources. The next step that had to happen is Metropolitan has had this long-standing policy that member agencies can't exchange water between themselves. So the general managers, member agency managers went into what we called it the business model. We called it the business model process. Oh, it's one of us. The business model process where the member agency managers spent several meetings trying to figure out how to incorporate exchanges into the policies of Metropolitan, and we did that. So in August of 2025, Metropolitan took an action to their board to allow exchanges. So that opened the door finally, so that we could do something very collaborative with Water Authority. Their general manager and myself had been in conversations literally for a couple of years about exchanges and figuring out how to make this work. There was certainly a lot of discussion about what would be beneficial for Water Authority and what would be beneficial for Western and our member agencies. And I will say, a couple of years ago, we were a really long way apart. You could say it was a chasm. It might have been the Grand Canyon between where we were on making a deal. And I just want to thank Dan for really moving a lot to figure out a way to make this happen. And so a lot of conversations. And so in March, after our staff, Rick and Josh and Tim and Ryan and myself, negotiated for about 5 months to get to the agreement that was approved on March 19th. And so I'll get into the details of the agreement later. But as part of that, we also carved out a pathway for all of our member agencies to be part of the deal. And so we had a non-disclosure, as we've talked about in this process, where we couldn't bring our member agencies to the table to negotiate, so we negotiated on their behalf. And we are doing our best to not close any doors on what our member agencies might want when the non-disclosure agreement was lifted, and we can actually talk about the agreement and figure out how to move forward from there. So we did that. Partner agency agreement review meeting started in March 25th. So literally 1 week after we signed the agreement with Water Authority, we came and had a meeting here with all of our member agencies, said, okay, here's the deal. How do you want to participate? And so from that point till June 25th, we were talking about how this could work. And then the member agencies all approved it on June 25th, and we're here today for Western Side. So let me get into a couple of the details of the agreement. Let's go to the next slide. So how does the water exchange work? So Water Authority has water that's been created by conservation on the Colorado River. This is with Imperial Irrigation District. They also have a challenge, Water Authority, in that they've had a lot of conservation in their service area. So their demands have dropped. So this water, which is take or pay water from Imperial Irrigation District, was not getting used. San Diego was still paying full amount for the water. So obviously that is a problem for San Diego. So in this agreement, we're acquiring some of that exchange water for the Western service area. The water will be delivered through Metropolitan. It'll all use existing Metropolitan facilities, so there is no change to how the water is delivered. We have to create new connection points, delivery points. It'll all be kind of the normal accounting, except a check will go to Water Authority instead of to Metropolitan Water District. A really big important part of the negotiations is that this water will count as local water for all of us, not metropolitan water. So in the event that Metropolitan has an allocation in the future, this will be counted as local water, which we all need and want, and super important for our water portfolios. Next slide. So here's our agreement. Here are the terms of our agreement with Water Authority. So we have a baseline supply of 10,000 acre feet per year of water that's going to come through Metropolitan. So that's for Western. That's 10,000 acre feet of water for the term of the agreement every single year. One of the things that came out of our negotiations was the need to, the request from Water Authority to purchase more water in a one-time pre-purchase, and so we agreed to that. So we also have 30,000 acre feet of pre-purchase water. That's one time, that's not taken every single year. It's on the books right now. And that water is acquired for the good of our whole service area. The main purpose that we acquired that water is in anticipation of a drought and shortages by Metropolitan. And then we will figure out at that point, how do we use this 30,000, or do we want to use this 30,000? We have to take it by the end of the agreement in 2047, so we won't wait too long, and we'll make sure, because we've bought the water, we'll make sure that we take the water. And there are some operational issues with the rules on taking that water, which are all fine with us. As part of that, we felt that our member agencies were going to want to be part of this deal, so we negotiated a 120-day period for the member agencies to sign on to the deal. That was 120 days for us to share the deal, for our member agencies to think about it, debate it with their boards, decide if it's right for them, and then come back and sign an agreement as we're doing today. We set aside, or we basically got a commitment from Water Authority for 5,000 acre feet of that water. That water is, go back to term one, it's considered baseline supply water for the member agencies. So it's not a one-time purchase. This is water every single year for the term of the agreement. The agreement runs through 2047. There's a couple of off-ramps in our agreement. If rates go, if the Water Authority and Imperial Irrigation are going to renegotiate at a couple different points in the agreement, we can opt out if those negotiations don't go the way that we want and they exceed a certain increase. We can opt out, or we can stay in. And then there's going to be the option to extend through the year 2077. So this is a 50-year agreement that we're talking about. This is an enormous deal. The water is deliverable in both wet and dry years, subject to system operations. Obviously, the water's coming through Met system. If Met has a system problem, we can't take the water, we don't get the water. and there's no other guarantee that you'll get some other water to replace it. If Met can't deliver the water, we just don't pay for the water and we don't get the water. We may get into a talk that we want that water that wasn't delivered later, but that's all to be determined. But it's not take or pay in that sense. If they can't deliver the water, we don't pay. Next slide. All right, so what happened with our partner agencies is they overachieved. We set aside 5,000. They came back and said, oh, we'd like more than that, which, you know, we kind of anticipated that might happen, but we didn't want to overpromise with Water Authority and kind of taking water off the table that they could negotiate with other parties on. So we said 5,000. So here's what came back. Corona, Elsinore, and Rancho combined wanted 12,500 acre feet of water. We only had 5,000. So to me, that just meant Craig get back to work with Dan. And so we did that. Next slide. So here's how it kind of breaks out. We actually have 10,000 for Western, 12,500 for everyone else. So we actually need 22,500 added or in the baseline. I went to back to Water Authority and talked to Dan, and he agreed to add 5,000 more to the pot. And so that's what they committed to. So they set aside 5,000 for the member agency. He agreed to bump that up to 10,000 for us. So we still have a 2,500 acre foot challenge. So let's go to the next slide. So here's what we did. So this is kind of getting into the details of the years that the water's taken. And this is important for Water Authority. And I'm not going to get into the reasons why it's important for Water Authority. Let's just say it is. In 2026, Western is taking the 10,000 acre feet. The 2,500 that we're short, Western is going to step up and commit 2,500 of our 10,000 to our member agencies. So Western actually now is going to get reduced from 10,000 to 7,500. 2,500 is going to get allocated and shared between Corona, Elsinore, and Rancho so that they're whole in their request. In 2027, their requests are filled. In 2026, you're getting 2,500 of our requests. So the CFOs have all gotten together and they're all comfortable with this. So we've vetted this carefully. Western then, as part of the agreement with Water Authority, we've got numerous on-ramps to acquire more water if Water Authority comes back annually and says they have more water to sell or exchange. We feel confident that that's going to happen. So I'm comfortable that Western's going to add that 2,500 back into our portfolio at some point in the future when we really need it and when Water Authority offers that water. So that's how we're accommodating. So in the future, we'll be at 20,000 of baseline water in 2027, and hopefully in the future we'll be at 22,500. All right. Hopefully that's clear. Next slide. So some of the key terms, remember this is all built off of our agreement with Water Authority, so your agreement has to be in alignment with our agreement. We couldn't change any of the terms of the Water Authority Western agreement. So subject to the terms and conditions of the 26 delivery agreement and the 25 exchange agreement, contract quantity, partner agencies' contract quantity will be proportionally reduced if Western's exchange water supply is reduced. What does that mean? There's risk. There's always risk. So if something happens on the Colorado River, remember there's Colorado River water, if the Bureau of Reclamation comes back and we're all watching what's happening on the Colorado River, I fully expect there's going to be cutbacks. So Imperial Irrigation District is a right holder on the Colorado, just like Metropolitan is. I would anticipate that there's going to be reductions to all of the California right holders. and actually all right holders in the 7 basin states. So this statement just says that if Imperial Irrigation District is reduced for some reason and doesn't have the water to exchange, we will be reduced correspondingly with whatever their reductions are. So we'll just share in that. We won't pay for water that we don't get delivered, but it's just making sure that everyone understands that if San Diego's exchange water with IID is reduced, we will take a reduction in ours, and we won't pay for whatever is not delivered. Contract, the term is through 2047. There's an opportunity to extend to 2027, just like our agreement, so this agreement will mimic that. And the initial contract price starts at $1,304 per acre foot. Next slide. Win-win-win. You know, we worked really hard to make this a good deal for everybody. And, you know, $1,304 is a little bit of a premium over the current metropolitan rates. All of our CFOs are doing their own calculations of how those lines are going to progress. When are they going to cross? This water, the agreement increases by inflationary rates on the contract price with San Diego. Metropolitan is going to increase at the same inflationary rates, plus rates for water supply projects that they're going to roll into their rates over the next decade or 2 decades. So all of our CFOs and myself are very confident that these lines are going to cross, and within a handful of years, this water likely will drop below Met rates. So not only are we diversifying, but in the long term, we're going to be paying a lower cost than Met rates for this water. A big win for Water Authority. You know, they are now getting revenue from water supply that they were paying for and they couldn't utilize. So this is a really good deal for Water Authority. Water Authority is going to have another challenge. They've got their pure water, recycled water project that's going to come online, which will reduce their IID demands. They will have a second phase of that coming on in another decade, which will further reduce their IID and Carlsbad desal demands. So there may be likely more opportunities to expand on this agreement. But for Water Authority, it gives them some revenue certainty, which was really important for them. For our partner agencies, you know, we've had a little subgroup that's been working on, you know, well, what do we do if there's another drought on the state and there's a Colorado River problem, and we're also committed to imported water still. We do everything we can to develop local water, but when we have that 10-year drought on the state project that we know is going to happen at some point, and Met goes into a big allocation, where are we getting water? And so, you know, we all know, we've talked about this a lot, we've been looking at Ocean Desal. It's $8,500 an acre foot. This project provides basically the same amount of water that we were going to get through Ocean Desal, but rather than $8,500 an acre foot, this is $1,300 an acre foot water. So we get great diversification. It's considered a local water supply. It increases our drought resilience for our communities, and it gives us some real surety in how we're planning our water futures. And hopefully it's offsetting some project expenditures that we were all going to have to try and develop these water supplies that now we don't have to. So I look at it as a win for Western, a win for Water Authority. I look at it as a win for Metropolitan. I should add another win, and a win for all of our partner agencies. Next slide. So with that, the recommendation is to enter into the exchange agreements. So that concludes my presentation. We wanted to give our agencies an opportunity to make any comments if they would like. They're not forced to, but they all like to talk, so I'm sure they'll come up and do this. So I wanted to kick it off with Tom Moody from Corona.
Craig's probably a little nervous. He has no idea what I'm going to say.
Very nervous, Tom. Not a little nervous.
I don't think we fully realize the value of Craig. Craig has provided smart leadership for a region for quite some time. And I can be really, really direct with Craig, and I appreciate that, being able to say what's on my mind and being able to say it in a way that's for me. Because Craig will then call me or we'll talk and we can kind of work through that. But with SB 72, with this water exchange deal, Craig is thinking far into the future for our entire region, and you don't see that very often. And that's smart leadership, and that's who he is. And he is that because of your support, and I appreciate that. As a partner agency, we appreciate that. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I think this is great for our region, and I look forward to many, many future years of future negotiations. So thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Elsinore, Andy, and you want to, sorry, Director Morris and General Manager Thomas.
Good morning, President Roden, board members. Staff was so nice to give me a speech last night. I said, you have something for me to say? And they wrote something up for me this morning, and I'm actually not going to use it because Craig actually said everything that I was going to mention. But most importantly, I think the one thing he mentioned was about our ability to put off projects from this. What this is going to do for Elsinore Valley specifically is allow us to put off some very, very expensive projects that, you know, to be realistic, I talk a lot to all of you about the affordability aspect, that people talk about affordability all the time, but what really is it? You know, and I think I've talked to Craig and Brenda, of course, a lot about, you know, my ratepayers, especially our customers, and their ability to even put a roof on their house. And water, we can't work that way. They need it. We have to have it. So from my perspective, this deal is amazing. I know I was frustrated at some times because we weren't in on it because of the NDAs and we couldn't know what was happening. But ultimately, where we've gotten today is because of the relationships that we have that weren't here 16 years ago when I first started in the water world. I got elected. We didn't have this. It's totally different. So I hope that our public knows and can see from deals like this that we are working as a region unlike the way it was in the past. Totally different world. And that's what's so amazing. And I think that our relationships is what it's all about. And that the amount of caring that we have for all of our customers in this region. It's not about us as individuals. We all got elected to serve the people that we care about. And that's what's so amazing about this deal today is that we're all here, but it's not about us. It's about our future of all of our customers. And I just want to say how much I appreciate all of you and all of the other partners that we have. We're all in it together. So thank you so much again. Really appreciate it. Greg?
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat everything that Andy and definitely Tom and Jason will probably say too, but Craig, thank you very much. Again, I think, like Andy says, everything, just working together for the common good is such a great, it's enjoyable to go to work because of that, and knowing that we can all work through some adversities or some differences of opinions, but get to the end result and get that touchdown, or depending on who's going to play and win tonight in the World Cup, we'll see who's going there. But I do want to recognize too that I want to thank Tim, Rick, Josh, and Ryan, and then of course from Elsinore's staff, you know, Ganesh, Parag, and Scott Thompson, our finance folks, because they did a lot of the heavy lifting on making this work, and I know they were the gatekeepers of comments and different things that would funnel it back up. So I just want to thank the staffs for all their hard work, because we know that's how a lot of this stuff happens. But really happy that we're going to be signing this finally signing this agreement. So thank you.
Thank you. Jason and Director Hoagland. For Rancho, if you don't know where they're coming from, I guess I should say that.
Thank you very much. So I mentioned this at a board meeting last week, that it's the curse of having worked here for almost 40 years and knowing the history. And as General Manager Thomas pointed out, things are much, much better now than they were in the 80s. We're all working, we have a common goal, and I just want to thank the Western Board for your continuing support of your general manager and the activities that you're working at to really solidify the region in an effort to support our customers. Yeah, that's really the reason we're all here. So in finding ways, affordability is, I think that's a sliding scale in a lot of instances, and we're trying to keep it down. We're all looking for ways to do it. This is one of the ways, and certainly in my experience as a general manager, finding new ways to use existing infrastructure is one of the best ways to help keep things affordable as we can. So again, thank you all very much for your support for the region. And this is just one element, and hopefully we'll find more as we move forward. But thank you very much.
Good morning. Nothing like going last after all those great comments. Yeah, I just want to echo what has been said this morning. I think, first to start off by thanking Western Municipal Water District and the Water Authority for their creativity and innovation in coming to this kind of agreement. Thanking our collective boards and our staff for being so innovative and thinking outside that box and coming to a solution. I think really sets an example for not only our region, but Southern California and what the future of water looks like without having to build infrastructure, without having to spend a lot of money beyond just the purchase of water. My thanks to General Manager Miller. He is a great partner to work with, and or the other agencies as well, Corona and Elsinore. Sitting in the room, bouncing ideas off of one another. How can we come to that agreement? We're oversubscribed. How do we get to that number? In the end, it all worked out, and couldn't be happier about signing the agreement today. So thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you for all those comments. As long as I got the microphone, don't cut me off, Steve. It's really important, this concept of affordability. And, we're all talking about it. I think Rick's sitting on Aqua's affordability technical working group. And, people are trying to get their arms around what does affordability mean? And what are we going to do about it? And we wrestle with, well, if we got some grant funding, that'll make things affordable. No, you know what makes things affordable is projects like this. This is the foundation of affordability. If we have to go build $8,000 water as opposed to buying $1,300 water, that is what blows affordability up. And so I just want to thank our member agencies, but I want to thank the board. Director Denstead being at Met, and this wouldn't happen without Met. So her fighting for going the right way. The other thing that none of us, I see, you all don't see, is the collaboration, and it was mentioned about how well we get together as member agencies, the collaboration that has changed in the Met family amongst the Met member agency managers, where they say, well, LA is not going to be able to take part in this exchange program, but that they didn't vote no on it. They all knew that this was an important conceptual thing that the Met family should be able to do. So, we owe part of this to 26 member agency managers that were all arguing behind the scenes before it ever got to Director Denstead to vote on. So many things happened, and, I think that, we're proud because we're doing this on behalf of our customers' future. And, we're looking to our grandkids. I've got a grandchild now, so he's going to be the general manager here in 2087. So I'm prepping for him. But I just want to thank my board because they give me enormous runway to go and try and do things that are going to help our service area. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to President Roten.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for those heartfelt comments. Ms. Ford, did we have any other public comments, or is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak?
President Roten, I have had no requests to speak and no requests in the audience.
Okay. Okay, this is it. This is your last chance. Okay. All right, thank you. Days like this don't come around very often. and the culmination of the hard work done on so many levels and so many different components of what it took as Craig went back through that timeline. I think it's so important to remember the timelines because we're all so concentrated on moving forward. I know for me personally, sometimes I don't remember as clearly how we got here so we could move forward. So just to have all of you here today and to celebrate in this success, which is not just us patting ourselves on the back, but it is us serving our communities, our residents, the future of water in our region. And it's just, it's very gratifying, but it's also exciting and encouraging. And I hope when in the future we have days that might be a struggle or a challenge, that we can kind of bring back this memory as a feel-good to help us continue in our efforts to secure water for our region and really even for the state itself, and to heal those wounds between south and north and all of those things that go along with this. So thank you all. We so appreciate you all being here today. And I loved walking in and seeing this table, and I know we're going to utilize that in just a bit. But before that, I do have a few comments I'd like to make, and then I'll open it up to the board. Andy, I did have help from the staff on my comments, and I love that they have gotten to know me well enough to, when they write these, I can almost hear my thought process through them. And so I appreciate that, and just a couple little tweaks here and there. And so with that, I'm going to start. Today represents another important milestone in Western Water's commitment to long-term reliability and regional collaboration. As a regional wholesale water provider, one of Western Water's greatest strengths is creating opportunities for neighboring agencies to work together on solutions that strengthen water reliability across our region. And that's a big thing. It's not just there's not a boundary in water. There's not a line on a map. It is regional and statewide and really United States wide, but I don't think we're going there yet. Earlier this year, we approved a long-term water supply agreement with the San Diego County Water Authority, which you've been reminded about this morning. Today's action builds on that work with the opportunity for the City of Corona, Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District, and Rancho California Water District to participate alongside Western in that regional partnership. And I think that word alongside is really important. These agreements represent one more way Western is supporting our member and partner agencies by expanding access to diversified water supplies and adding another highly reliable source to our region's water portfolio. Probably picking up on this regional theme. This is a great example of how neighboring water agencies can accomplish more by working together than any one agency could do on its own. And I really appreciate the references to back in the day that it was different. I haven't had the privilege of being here that long, although I'm coming up on 5 years, which I can't believe, but I know this goes a lot further back, and I don't have that to compare it to, but I do see how we are working together, and it's refreshing, and frankly, it's invigorating to me to see a government agencies that can work together for the greater good of the community. I'd like to recognize and thank the leadership and staff of our partner agencies from the City of Corona, Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District, and Rancho California Water District. Their willingness, your willingness, to think strategically, embrace new opportunities, and work collaboratively is helping strengthen water reliability, not only for our customers, all of our customers, but for our, there it is again, region as a whole. By making the most of existing water supplies, as Mr. Miller reiterated, sometimes I almost don't have that at the forefront of my mind, how this is all being done without having to build the infrastructure and the strong partnerships we've built over many years, as was confirmed today. We're strengthening long-term water reliability for all the communities we serve. I'd also like to thank our staff for their dedication, creativity, and behind-the-scenes work to bring these agreements to fruition. I believe this is exactly the kind of collaboration our communities expect from us. When agencies work together, we create stronger, more resilient water systems for everyone we serve. I look forward to continuing to build on these partnerships in the years ahead. And these are very heartfelt comments on my behalf, and now I would like to open it up to our board for comments. I know that Director Denstadt is eagerly awaiting, and all of you may have that opportunity as well.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. Thank you all for being here today and for your comments. Andy, you know, I remember when you got first elected onto the board. And it's been a pleasure working with you. And we've had some communications over challenges and things that have really happened. And so I really appreciate that. John, you are another person I've had a number of conversations with, trying to talk to you about the dynamic and getting up to Metropolitan and listening to me go on about what all the challenges are and all the things that I'm trying to figure out how to wiggle the way through. I have been sitting on this board since Water Authority and Met got into the battle. And I am truly thankful that I am here to have all of that now behind us, to put that and move it forward. When I got onto Met's board, Craig and I spent a tremendous amount of time having conversations about how are we going to flip the coin? How are we going to address issues, and instead of trying to battle all the way through and fight and clash heads, how can we all just get along? How can we all are on the same mission, we all have the same objectives, we all have the same goals, and how do we make that happen? And it was a struggle. It was a struggle, and general managers had to get together and get on the same page, and then Metropolitan Board had to get on the same page. And you know, 38 board members is a dynamic. You have no idea the kind of conversation that happens in closed session when you've got that many opinions at the table, and the struggles that it takes to try to make things happen. I appreciate this room and my colleagues here referring to them as our customers and not just people that pay a rate. Mm-hmm. That is something that I've been trying to go for a long time. We're here to provide a service to them, and they're paying for that service. And so I really thank you for that. The affordability has always been a mission of mine. You know, I worked for 7 years on this board to get our low-income assistance program started. And that's where affordability all started, and it just continues to go on there. And this kind of agreement really brings that home, where you guys have made those comments, where we don't have to now build those extra projects, where we're saving all that money and all the time that is going and all the effort and all the staff that have to work that out and all the inconvenience to our customers that go through all those projects. That is now to the wayside, and this has brought us home to a much better place on what we are doing in our mission. So there are a couple of people that I really want to thank at the forefront of this. You know, without Metropolitan coming to the table on this agreement, and all of my colleagues now really working towards a common goal of collaboration and trying to get along, we would have never gotten to the settlement. Without legal counsel and Marcia Scully up at Metropolitan and Water Authority's people coming in to try to meet that effort, and having the two chairs, you know, Adana Ortega working on behalf of Metropolitan, to bring consensus, to really have us focus on what a picture was and to drive decision-making forward and to really hold everybody accountable for what those decisions are. And is this really the answer that we want to turn over to our member agencies? Are we really going to continue these legal battles and these challenges and throwing all this money at attorneys that I'm sure probably have really nice condos on Maui at this point, right? From all of the money that was paid for that. But how much of that could have gone into infrastructure and into water supply instead? So on behalf of all of those people, on top of Craig's efforts, on top of the negotiation team that I got tremendous compliments from Water Authority on your outside of the box thinking, your willingness to negotiate and bring thoughtful processes forward. You guys got more compliments than the other negotiating teams from other agencies, just want to say that. So, and quite honestly, for this board to allow me to go up there and represent our agency and work towards all the common goals has just been an experience of a lifetime, and I thank you for that. I really do. I thank you all for that. And thank you, Craig, for all of your support through all this process. This is such a huge win for all of us. And it's such a thing. And I hope you guys all do your press releases, and I hope we all talk about this to our customers and what the dollars amount to. You know, people look at this and think, oh gosh, no big deal. Oh God, this was such a huge deal that it took years to come to. And the millions of dollars across these agreements that are going to be saved and realized that our customers do not have to write checks for. So I just thank you. And if it's the pleasure of the board, I'm happy to move this item.
All right, and I wanted to make sure that we give everyone an opportunity, if they'd like it, to comment. Director Gardner?
Just a couple of things. Our partner agencies, you guys, you're our customers. Your customers are our customers. And we don't serve them directly, but we help you serve them. And we have, in a way, we have a responsibility for them, just like you do. And we work hard to try to meet that. But Craig is, today is Craig's performance evaluation. We've got a closed session. So,
Yeah, interesting
nice,
scheduling
yeah,
of
nice,
that.
nice timing. But,
Someone's in charge of the agenda.
but, I mean, really, the timing is good because this is such a remarkable thing that Craig is largely responsible for. He had lots of partners in making it happen, but he was the driving force. And your general managers, utility managers, work so well with Craig and your boards with our board that I think it's amazing. People talked about this would not have happened back when. Well, back when was 5 years ago. This would not have happened 5 years ago. And it's a monumental shift in the way California water agencies think and plan and work together and support each other. And sometimes one entity gets more than another, and that's okay that time because the next time, the entity that got less last time gets more this time. So thank you all for your participation in this, and congratulations, and thank you, Craig.
Hi, oh, well,
Director Torres?
first I'll second the motion, just to make sure that we're okay. He's been like whispering over here, needs a second. I'm just kidding. No, I want to just, one quick question, and this is for the public, because we've all seen this several times, most of you way more than that. You mentioned if there's reductions at IID, then we wouldn't just take that water, and I want at least a clarification that if that does happen, we still have the option to buy Met water. We wouldn't just go without water, right?
Well, We will use our water portfolios to fill the gap.
Right.
It is likely that in a situation where the IID water can't get delivered, there might be a Met problem also. So that's why we're all preparing very diversified water portfolios. You know, if two bad things happen at the same time, we still got to serve our customers.
Sure.
So I can't answer that
With a
the way
yes.
I'd like to, that, no, we could always get it. But that's why all these general managers earn their keep, because they're diversifying their portfolios. And we'll switch to groundwater, we'll get to stored water, we'll get to exchange agreements that we have in place.
Okay.
But, you know, that takes a couple of bad things to happen at the exact same time, which we hope never happens.
Well, I hope so too, but I wanted just to make that clarification, to kind of highlight the importance of how securing resources and what a great, incredibly great job we are doing in that. Obviously, this is a 50-year plus, hopefully plus your grandchild can deal with later. But the fact that we've secured these agreements with Met and San Diego, and now, I thought when we did this a month ago, 2 months ago with San Diego, that was exciting, but to see that this is directly now impacting our member agencies, our wholesale agencies and our region, like literally touching them, this is so much bigger than what I expected to feel, to be honest. You also mentioned, Craig, that, at some point, the costs will intersect, and there's graphs, being thrown around by the smart finance people, but it's just almost incomprehensible how amazing our pathway is if things stay how they are right now, what a savings and what we've really done for customers that I won't see, some of us won't even see on this board later. And so, thank you for that. It's too big to even comprehend, and I'm still trying to figure out how to say it in layman's terms to people when I talk to them. But I want to just add to all the comments, Craig and his team, and I think because Director Gardner mentioned it, the only way I can describe, and I have described in said evaluation, is the visionaries.
You stole my words.
Yeah, like visionaries. This plus other things that have happened in the last year have really been incredible. And 50 years of water allocation as a water professional, it's, and most of us, all of us over there, and right, it's unfathomable. Good luck beating this. But we're here to support it. This is amazing. You're a visionary. Your team, the way that you've executed something so huge is, man, it's phenomenal. And then I just want to say to Director Danson, this is probably more personal than we should get up here. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that our friends, directors, Galliano and Stockton would be so proud of you. Like, this is, and again, there's so much more that's happened. This is just one thing that you've been able to deliver as a Met member, as a Met director, and great work. So, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
So I'm the last one. No, congratulations to everyone involved. This is huge, and I see this is the win for a future of our region, and it couldn't have happened without Greg's leadership. I'm like, everyone working. I'm like, Director Denstead, thank you for taking off the load to go to LA and to fight for us. I'm like, every day you talk to us about your schedule, and I'm like, good luck to you. Every day I'm like, thank you. I'm like, I could be doing this, but you have taken on this leadership, and you've delivered for us. So thank you. We acknowledge this work that you've put in. Thank you, everyone, and this is big. Let's do it, and let's, congratulations, and thank you for all the work our partners agency have done to work together to deliver for all of our customers in region. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and it sounds like it's time for the roll call for this win-win-win.
It is. Are we ready?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Director Gardner.
Aye.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Dinstedt.
Absolutely, yes.
Director Risby.
Aye.
President Roten.
And I was going to say absolutely too, and I can't think of another word, so absolutely yes.
Thank you, President Roten. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Okay, we are going to pause for a few minutes for the ceremonial signing of the exchange water agreements and photo opportunity.
That's right. And
So-
for clarification, we are not recessing the meeting. The meeting is continuing and is being live streamed.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can go.
At this time, we'd like to invite any staff, Western Water staff, Western Water board members, our guests from Rancho Water, Cusco Valley, and the city of Fenton, join us up from the table for a photo and audio directions on where you guys.
Bigger water battle. This is all nice and agreeable. Heights is where the That's it. Very nice, gentlemen. Congratulations. Somebody take a photo.
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's right. So, I know, it's like, what are you gonna put on next year's video? Like, geez, man. That's right. Yeah. Interstate agreement, interstate, let's go.
I think we're just gonna go on vacation for a couple of
That's it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? That's right. Get in, gentlemen. It's not my deal.
Board members, agency sign first. We'll take that as an individual.
Okay, great.
And we'll pause.
You're more connected than I am.
And we'll do their signing for us as well. And then, I'll begin with this camera for, sounds good. We go ahead and have other Western Water staff that do the photo if you'd like. All right. Yeah, so I'll get action photo after we smile. Yeah, so we'll do the smiling photo first.
You gonna fill in?
Smile, look happy.
Look happy.
Can I go ahead and have everyone in the back row just shift to your left just ever so slightly, please? And somebody on the wrong, please just squeeze in a little bit more. Perfect, like that. Wonderful. All right, everyone go ahead and look at my camera first. You cannot see the camera cannot see you. So go ahead and smile nice and big right here, please. 3, 2, and 1. 3, 2, and 1. 3, 2, and 1. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and have we're going to go ahead and have our board members sign first. So go ahead and place that in front of you, please. And you guys are able to look down towards the board members with the signing. All right, here we go. And 3, 2, and 1. Pass that over to the members. Three, two, and
Yes. And the jeans. Thank you. If I can get everyone to return to the dais, that would be great. So nice, Linda. You did it. Seriously. We're not actually going to call back to order, but I'm going to, as soon as I get Steve back. If I could call everybody to their seats. We need technical director.
Oh, okay.
The meeting is still in session. We're not waiting. Director Torres will return in just one moment, so we can go ahead and start.
Okay. Mr. Miller, I believe you
Yeah,
have another comment.
I'm sorry that the whole crowd left, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank Holland for all of his work on this. And since, I mean, this was a day and night. I got Sunday versions of the agreement. I got Saturday versions. I got 11 p.m. versions of the agreement. And Holland took like a dog with a bone. It's like, we have a deadline, make sure this happens. And I will share one other thing that Dan Denham said to me was like, okay, we got an agreement, Craig, we're good. Let's just make sure the attorneys don't mess it up. And our attorney did not mess it up. Our attorney delivered big time.
Excellent. Okay. Okay. Wow. All right, so now we're back to the business of the agenda. We'll take item 8B, adopt a resolution to establish the Arlington DeSalter and the Combined DeSalter Enterprise Program water rates for fiscal years 2026, 2027.
Thank you. This item went to the Finance Committee on Monday. We're running it concurrently through the board because of some time constraint issues. So we had a good discussion. Allison Clark is here again to review it for the board. Allison, all yours.
Thank you. We were just talking, that was a really big item to follow with just routine business. So getting back to it, good morning, directors. Before you this morning is Resolution 3387, and this resolution establishes Arlington DeSalter and Combined DeSalter water rates for fiscal years 26-27 and 27-28. We are bringing forward both sets of rates today to be prepared for two different service and billing scenarios for the upcoming year. During the Combined DeSalter Enterprise Pilot Program, the existing Arlington DeSalter purchase agreements with the cities of Norco and Corona were paused. But now that the Combined DeSalter Pilot Program agreements have expired, Corona and Norco can continue to purchase Arlington DeSalter water under their existing agreements. So those existing agreements require an annual water rate based on the full cost to provide service from the Arlington DeSalter facility, including replacement. Norco has a right to purchase up to 4,400 acre-feet of water per year from the DeSalter, and Corona can purchase any Arlington DeSalter water that is produced in excess of Norco's needs. So if either agency purchases water under their existing agreements, we need Arlington DeSalter water rates in place so we can bill appropriately. Staff is also working, right now we're in discussions with the city of Norco to continue our partnership with them in the Combined DeSalter Enterprise Program. So should Norco or any other agency partner with us in a new Combined DeSalter participation agreement, we need a Combined DeSalter rate structure to account for the broader program costs. So for that reason, staff is asking the board to also adopt Combined DeSalter rates, so Western Water has rates ready if Combined DeSalter program agreements move forward. Arlington DeSalter rates are in about the $1,500 range, while Combined DeSalter rates are around $1,300 to $1,400. If Norco were to have to purchase and wheel Met water through agreement, that rate would be around $1,800 for them. So both rates are savings to them. To sum it up, Arlington DeSalter rates are needed to support existing contractual obligations, while the Combined DeSalter rates are needed to support any continued or future participation in the Combined DeSalter program. Adopting both rate structures now provides pricing clarity and allows for timely, accurate billing and preserves flexibility while negotiations continue. And since both rate structures are closely aligned with Western Water's recently adopted biennial budget, we're seeking approval to adopt rates for both fiscal years 27 and 28. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
No questions, but I'll move the item.
Second.
We have a motion in 2 seconds. Which one of you?
Gracie.
Okay, Director Torres, to adopt resolution number 3387. And did we have any public comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, I think we're good to move on with the vote, please.
Director Gardner.
Aye.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Dinstedt.
Aye.
Director Rizvi.
Aye.
President Roten.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8C, approve a reimbursement agreement with the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District for the Mockingbird Canyon Stabilization and Waterline Relocations Project.
Director President, before we move on there, I just want to check with legal counsel that I do not have a conflict of interest as an employee of flood control.
Thank you, Director Torres. BBK has looked into this and determined that Director Torres likely does not have a conflict that would be disqualifying and should be allowed to participate in this item at her discretion. Director Torres is employed as an environmental planner, right, at flood control. The item before the board is a reimbursement agreement between Western and Flood Control for work done in Mockingbird Canyon. As staff will present, the FPPC has previously considered whether a local official in Director Torres' position has a disqualifying conflict under the California Political Reform Act. And the FPPC issued the following test as guidance for local agencies such as ours, and it's the one we'll follow here. So assuming the contract does not result in any direct financial gain to Director Torres, the contract does not affect her department, and the interest is disclosed on the record. Director Torres may participate even though she's a flood control employee. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions. Director Torres, do you know of any direct financial gain you would receive as a result of this agreement?
No.
Okay, next. Do you know whether this agreement will affect your department?
No.
Okay, so given that both answers are no and your interest is disclosed on the record, thank you for that. It's my opinion that it's fine to proceed as a full board. President Roden.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Miller, we'll move on with the report.
Yes, this has been presented to the engineering committee before, and Derek is going to present this to the board now.
Great. Good morning, directors. I will try and keep this to just the minimum. This item was request the approval of a cooperative reimbursement agreement with Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District for the Mockingbird Canyon Stabilization and Waterline Relocation Project. The Flood Control District is moving forward with drainage improvements in the Mockingbird Canyon area. You can see it in the map that's displayed up on the screens. And this work is going to conflict with several existing Western water facilities. To accommodate the project, certain Western pipelines will need to be relocated or protected. Under this agreement, the Flood Control District will include the waterline relocation work in its construction contract, and Western will provide oversight for construction of Western-owned facilities. The agreement establishes each agency's responsibilities for cost allocation, payment, inspection, ownership, and long-term maintenance. Western's estimated share of the project is $3,641,000. This amount is within the board-adopted fiscal year 2026-2027 capital budget, which includes $4.5 million for this project under the System Improvement Reserves. That's the Riverside Water Fund 20. If bids exceed the budgeted amount, staff will return to the board for additional appropriation. Staff recommends the board authorize the general manager to sign the cooperative reimbursement agreement with the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions? No, are there any public comments?
There are none.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Whenever you're ready for the roll call vote, please. Thank you, Derek.
Director Gardner.
Aye.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Dinstedt.
Aye.
Director Rizvi.
Aye.
President Roten.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, directors.
Okay. So item D was moved to after our closed session item. So we will move on to item 9, reports. General Counsel, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, President Roden. Just a small report for the board this morning on sites, if that's of any interest. There's the water right is sort of process is moving through the state board. It just got postponed again. So there's going to be a supplemental hearing for the Sites Project Authority on some evidence that was offered, some engineering opinions. That's going to be at the end of this month. We had one of the board members on the state board step down, and an appointment was done to replace her. So there's some movement there, but it's looking like we will get a final determination on that by the end of the year now. So I'll continue to keep the board and staff updated on that as far as what I can share. But it is looking, it looks probable that it will be adjusted in some way. That at least that's what we're hoping. How much up, from 1 million acre feet to the 1.5 million requested, I don't know. But that's at least the hope of staff and those folks who are on the ground there. But it is looking like the Sites Project Board does want to get those agreements signed before the water right is final. So we will have some updates for the board. And I'll continue to share those with staff as necessary. And one thing from my desk, I am very appreciative of staff for, I think, allowing me to work with them on these agreements. It's been a highlight of my career. And I think that, there's not a lot of staffs that could do this, and you guys are really lucky, and we're all really lucky to get to work with Josh, Ryan, Rick, Tim, Craig, and all the whole team. And I think their creativity and their insistence that I, in my limited role, think outside the box has made me a better lawyer. I think that is, and it's a joy to be challenged and pushed and think, well, that may be what you want to do, but what if we did it like this? And I'm like, that's annoying. I would like to just do it the way I like to do it, but I don't have a good answer for why that's not for why So it's a real pleasure. So very much thankful for the team here, and very it's a total joy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for those comments. That was great. Okay, we'll move on to general manager and staff reports.
Okay.
Mr. Miller.
My first one is the CSDA election. I think I told the board that we would bring back the candidate list to the next ComGov meeting and have a discussion. That was a bad idea on my part because that's after the election, so that's probably meaningless. So you all have the list of candidates, so I think the way that would be best is for you to email me your choice for the position. Don't email all, just email the general manager. Don't CC the rest of the board. And then I'll go ahead and make the recommendation based on that. But we're kind of out of time for other committee meetings to talk about it. We can't wait for the next board meeting. So sorry about that. The second item is the volcano fire that we were watching really closely. Director Ten said probably closer than the rest of us. She thinks, but actually our ops team was watching it very closely, and so I appreciate the board's reminders that we have fires and things, but our staff was already filling tanks. Chris decided to activate our EOC at a watch level, which is what we did a month ago about when there were two big fires going. When we say we activated a watch, it kind of opens the doors to the Emergency Operations Center. We didn't feel like there was a lot of risk, but we thought it was really good to be prepared just in case. Good Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. So our tanks, we filled our tanks, we watched. Cal Fire did a great job of controlling the fire, and it turned out not to be an issue for our system. And I was talking to Rancho, whose system it was in their system, and they fared just fine. Director Hoagland was sharing that they're going to award a contract for one of those dip tanks that they wish they would have done a while ago, so it could have helped the fire, but the fire department was dipping out of the recycled water ponds to get their water, and that was very close. So anyway, Cal Fire did a great job. But we watch those things very closely, and actually staff all is on the Fire Watch app. And so it's lighting up all over the place, so we're all paying attention to all these fires. Then we try and figure out how close is it to our system and how do we move forward. So Chris, thank you for your diligence on that and keeping ops engaged. Paul, you too. Some recent community engagement activities. CCX was out at the Mission Grove Neighborhood Association meeting on July 8th and did a presentation on conservation. So, our customers are all paying attention to conservation. We're making sure it's in front of them. Remember, we have this conservation as a way of life that's going to roll out new requirements, so we don't want that to be a shock when that happens, and we have to be in compliance. So our team does a great job of getting out and sharing tips for all of our customers. So we'll continue to do that at the neighborhood community meetings. Some of my activities, I had a really good conversation with the Nature Conservancy last week. So you remember SB 72 is water for all. and that includes the environment. And Sandy Matsumoto from Nature Conservancy is on the advisory committee with me. And, we had, in the bill, we had said we need environmental entities to be part of the advisory committee. So she is, Nature Conservancy, I should say Nature Conservancy is the one doing that. So I thought it'd be a really good idea to reach out to her offline and find out what some of her primary objectives were going to be on the advisory committee. And it turns out that they're very well aligned with what we would like to see happen on the advisory committee and statewide water issues. So really good meeting, and we'll continue to build on that relationship. Speaking of conservation as a way of life and non-functional turf, Tim and I went to lunch with Chris Birch. They have JCSD-owned frontage in front of some of their industrial areas, that they own the parkways, and it has non-functional turf. And so he has a real dilemma, and we're all going to have this dilemma, is it's mandated to be eliminated or converted, and this is a big budget issue with them without any funding coming from the state. And so how do they do this? And so Chris was asking us, how do I do this, and is there anything that Western can do to help? Which Tim sent an email last night that through our turf rebate programs, how about if we offer you $500,000 to help the situation? And like a good member agency, he said, well, that was a good start, thank you. And so we'll continue to work with them. But this is an issue that is going to be in front of us constantly. And, we have to figure out a way to, do this with as little impact on our customers as possible.
I have a, quick question on that. If everything works out and we're able to help JCSD, how is that going to be sustainable for us with other member agencies or other?
So it's part of the existing program. So we're not creating anything new. Everyone has access to the program. They didn't maybe realize the details of the program. So they all have access. Tim, anything? Tim's leading the charge on the programs.
So when we met with Chris, I mistakenly told him that Western already adds $1 per square foot for turf replacement anywhere in our general service area for commercial entities and public sector entities. What Sarah's team reminded me is that it's not $1, it's $2. So I just got to present the positive news that we're already adding under board authority $2 per square foot across the general service area for any commercial or public sector participant. So we're already doing it. So I was delivering the good news, that's all.
Thank you.
If I could, just a quick question. Is an alternative, rather than converting it, to convert the water source to recycled water?
Yes.
Is that economically feasible in their instance? Do we know? Was that part of your discussion?
No.
It's in their analysis, and it's quite a distance from the source of supply. So the best alternative is to do climate-appropriate landscaping and continue with potable water for now.
Okay, thank you.
I met with David Garcia he's the general manager of RPU's public utility, discussing PFAS issues, water delivery issues. Remember, we have this agreement with them to wheel water, and then a separate agreement to purchase surplus water from the city. We normally don't get water from them this time of year because their demands go up and they need their water. They've continued to deliver water to us right now, which is great. We're always trying to maximize that amount because it's less than Met Water and it's a revenue source for the city, so it's a win-win. So we're continuing to work with David to maximize that. And one of the key elements of getting that surplus water is what's happening in all their well system with PFAS. And they've taken advantage of the litigation just like we have. They're planning PFAS treatment. We're quizzing them on how that's going, what's the cost, when is it going to be implemented. So he's got a lot going on at RPU. The other thing I want to report on is, as one of my duties as a water master of the San Bernardino Basin, Heather Dyer's the other water master. Our two teams got together on Monday and had a discussion. Discussion? Yes. Discussion. A discussion. It's a very passionate discussion about a lot of things that are happening in the San Bernardino Basin and how we're going to manage that basin collaboratively. And we always make good progress. There's so much going on with modeling of the basin and the safe yield, the same thing Director Gardner deals with the Chino Basin. We're dealing with the San Bernardino Basin about pumping. Unlike Chino Basin, the San Bernardino, some of the San Bernardino parties have unlimited pumping, so they can pump whatever they want, which is really hard to control, obviously. How do we manage the basin and keep stable water levels in the basin when a whole bunch of the parties can have unlimited pumping? So it is a challenge, and there's a lot of management opportunities and collaborative effort that we're looking at through what we're calling the Basin Optimization Program with all the pumpers. So that's a big rock to move. So a lot of work going on that behind the scenes. Nothing for the board to do on that yet, but, and then finally, I just want to remind the board that we're going to cancel the August board meeting. And there's going to be a cancellation of the August 15th Finance Committee meeting. So with that, I would be happy to answer questions.
Any questions? I just had one back to the turf issue for JCSD. So they were offered $500,000 from our turf replacement program. Is that the $2 a square foot?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so those are one and the same.
And
Offered is really not the right word. We inform them that they can participate.
Yes, got it, okay.
They have to apply through Metropolitan. Metropolitan is the regional program. Metropolitan offers $3 a square foot. We add, again, under board authority, $2 to that $3.
So it
in our
actually
service
ends
area.
up being 5?
Correct.
Okay,
Up to 5.
total up to 5. Okay. And you said that was commercial and industrial? So, because I'm thinking of all the landscape, like CFDs that Eastville has all throughout that are, they're not all turf. Some are-
HOAs and
Some are
also-
plants, but,
Any commercial, industrial, institutional, or public sector landscape.
public sector, interesting, okay. Okay, just curious about that, so. All right, thank you, Mr. Miller. We'll move on to director comments and requests. SAPA, Director Gardner?
Okay, SAPA did meet last, excuse me. They met back on the 7th and took a couple of actions. They were scheduled to adopt a fiscal year '27 salary schedule. There was some confusion amongst board members about whether general managers had sufficiently reviewed that and were okay with it. So it got delayed for 30 days. And I was just informed yesterday that general managers have now, those who had not, have now waded in. And so I think that will get approved at the next meeting. They also had put out an RFP and were in the process of recommending a vendor to select for new perimeter fencing around the SAPA property. There's chain link fence on both sides, Caltrans on one side and the railroad and the Riverside Canal on the other side. And people cut the fence and walk through the property rather than walk around. And they also take things with them as they pass through the property. And occasionally leave things also. So
Or just break
that-
things.
Yeah, that's a problem. So we want to build a stronger fence, going to build a wrought iron fence. But the one that they're about to recommend award to has gone silent, is not responding to any communications from SAPA staff any longer, so we rejected all of the bids, and it's going back out. And then we had some discussion on Proposition 4, funding opportunities that are upcoming, as is normal with state bond monies. Much of that flows through SAPA as kind of the administrator of the dollars in the program. So we're beginning discussions about how will that work and which programs are appropriate for SAPA to be involved in. So that will continue, and that's it for SAPA.
Okay, thank you. Matt, I think you had a meeting.
Oh, yes, did I have a meeting? Yes, I did. A couple of things. So let's start off with some interesting items of discussion. I will save this one. Okay. So on the One Water and Adaptation Committee, there was a Camp for Water quarterly update. They asked for letters or emails and things for comments on the framework. And so in talking with my colleague over at Eastern, we thought that perhaps the two general managers might be able to get together to discuss a joint letter on the framework principles and the information that they asked for to provide, that it might be better for that collaborative effort, and see where it's going to go. So that was one discussion. We did get an update on the Colorado negotiations. It's ongoing and it's complicated. I just don't know what else to tell you. It's ongoing and it's complicated.
And it'll be different tomorrow.
You know, I mean, yeah, so. Another interesting item that was given to the Committee for Finance, Affordability, Asset Management, and Efficiency Committee was the post-benefits actuarial evaluation report was given. So that may be of interest to finance staff, just looking at what the liabilities are, what the funding is, what the valuation was for that portfolio, and some things going on there. I think it was a lot of information, and I think there's probably a discussion to be had at some point just to have conversation about it, because, you know, that it's a big component. It's a large piece, and they certainly aren't funded as far as we are. I mean, they're not, Metropolitan is not as good position as Western is. And so, you know, maybe at some point we can have a little diving conversation over some value I might bring for discussions as we look at that later on down the road. I think it was a lot for people to digest, and I think it's going to be a topic of discussion further down the road. So more to come on that. And then we had a very interesting presentation, which I have never had. It was, you know, and I take a fair amount of time on this, but we had a guest speaker at the Ethics Committee, and it actually was the executive director of the Fair Political Practices Commission.
Oh, wow.
And she came and spoke directly to us and gave an entire presentation over the mission of the FPPC, what the act is, all the complaints that they vet throughout a year's time frame, and they talk about what the difference is between formal opinions or higher than advice letters, and if you ask for an advice letter, it can give you an immunity if they give you advice and you practice it and then somebody else files a complaint against you. So they talked about a variety of different things and how they look at things. They talked about what their entire goal is to try to just bring compliance and transparency and what their intent is. They have 104 staff members and a $19 million budget, and they collected over $500,000 in fines last year that all go to the general fund for the state. So nothing actually goes back to the commission. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I didn't know how much, one, they ever collected, and two, where does it actually go? So it all goes into the general fund. They don't actually get to put that into a pot of money that then gets, either more staff or whatever it is, but.
Is that meeting recorded?
Yes, it is. And it was very interesting to just listen to, because again, I've never heard a presentation from the actual executive director. The other thing that was interesting too is that she talked about how the chair for the board is a full-time paid and the rest of them are not. So it's interesting. And they're appointed, and they have terms. So there's a variety of appointments. So because you cannot have a commission that has all of one party affiliation, the governor gets to appoint one, the Senate, the assembly does, and somebody else does. So they all come from a different appointment body for different, they can't have a majority of one party on there. So it's very interesting, to listen to some of the inner workings of the clock that goes on. So I would encourage you, if you have an interest, it might be worthy of you sitting down and watching. It was like a half-hour long presentation, and it's on the ethics committee. So it was very interesting information and very enlightening on some of the things and how they have a tendency to look at things, how they process sworn, non-sworn, and anonymous complaints, how they go through, and the timelines that are associated with each. It was very interesting. So that was a first for me. So just kind of share some information. It was a guest that was invited, and kudos to our chair, Carl Suckel, who sits on that committee, that said, I think this would be of value to us, and talk about it. We have an ethics officer. SB 60 was formed, and it required Metropolitan to have an ethics office and an officer that maintains all of these and watches board activity, because it's such a diverse board that crosses so many counties, and it's very complicated. So this is why this committee is here. This is why we have all of these concerns and all of these things, and how they take Form 700s for their conflict of interest filings, that they see like 25,000 filings a year. So the audits that they go through for these, it was very interesting to listen straight from the person at the top of the ladder. So I would encourage you, if you have the time, go back and look at the recording. And then the other interesting thing, and I have to tell you, I was on the like versus the not so much like on this, was we are at Metropolitan getting ready for the centennial, the 100-year of Met. They're old. And what Met is getting ready to gear up for, what they want to do to, kind of ring in that 100-year celebration. And they kind of asked directors, they've been looking for ideas of how we can go forward with this, and it'll be coming up in 2028. Well, one of those ideas, and I have to tell you, I like it, is to do even better, do a Rose Parade float.
Oh, yeah.
And they have done it before. There is history. Metropolitan had participated for, I believe it was 9 years. And I think it started in like 1935 was the first float that Metropolitan did. The cost is a little pricey. It's about $450,000 for the float. There is a $35,000 application fee that has a timer on it, so it's due in September for 2028. So we have to kind of make a decision. Phil Polly and I, he suggested it, because he and I were talking about this, and WRCOG, we don't use public funds for that General Assembly and for the keynote speaker and for all those things. A separate foundation was established, and then there's sponsors that come in at certain levels and contribute to that, and we raise quite a bit of money in order to support that event. And so the suggestion was, we should look into something along those lines and get support. Perhaps member agencies could participate in doing the contribution for a float to do something like that. There was talk over the value, right? There is talk about the employees just volunteering for the decorations, which could be a huge deal, you know, and a lot of fun. But, you know, I really look at it kind of as an outreach and a advertising piece, right? And the dollar value that we could get. Now, granted, the people that are watching that are participating, are coming from all over the country, but it certainly puts a forward-facing message out there, and we could certainly hit conservation as a way of life on a float and do all kinds of different things and really generate some traction on this. And then, of course, the float is left in a display area that people get to go up and look at, see, and all that. So, and quite honestly, for employee morale, I think it would be kind of a cool thing for the employees to be able to participate in. I think there was a little bit of, you know, cheering in the background for something like this to happen. So, no. So the application is due in September. This would be for 2028. Because we need to hire people, they do a whole construction thing, they kind of come up with the idea of what the float looks like. I mean, it's over a year of planning. So it was one of the ideas.
So the 450,000 covers like the design of the float?
And the building and.
Actually seems pretty reasonable.
And that. So Burbank has participated in this, the city of Burbank, so Marcia Ramos, my colleague on the board, was very supportive of this because the city of Burbank does one every year. So I just throw that out there, and if you have some suggestions of something, you know, there was a long list, time capsules, all kinds of different messaging things that we could do for the 100-year anniversary. So I just put that out there for your knowledge, topic of discussion, but I'm kind of all in support of the float.
So how many likes versus the?
Well, we didn't really take a,
Well,
yeah,
okay.
but there was a lot of discussion. Let's put it that way. A lot of discussion, okay? All right, the meat and potatoes of the actual board meeting. So, we did, in fact, support several agreements that for the Colorado River Board, for the 6-agency committee, and the Joint Powers Authority that was passed and authorized. We did have to do a 2/3 vote passage on that, so that has been approved. And the state water contractors was approved, thank goodness, right? So we're gonna be sending off checks for that. The big topic of discussion was over the islands. And, you know, when we passed the budget, there was a motion, an amendment to the motion that was changed over the 4 islands that Metropolitan purchased many years ago. Most of this came about with that budget discussion and what are we doing with these islands. They originally were purchased for the mobilization of the tunnels, for the construction of the tunnels, to have staging areas, to have places to be able to do things through and all of that. So now that that kind of has gone to the wayside, everybody is, what are we gonna do with the islands? What is this? The amendment to the budget on the motion was that a market study be done over the value of what these are, what it means to Med, how much, you know, if we were to put these on the market for sale, what would that look like? There are long-term leasing agreements on some of these islands now. I don't know if it's on WebTrack or if it's on Bacon or one of the, anyways, there's leasing agreements with farmers for rice that were authorized a lot of months ago now, might even be like last year. So there is some value with those leasing agreements, and then there was, in fact, so the conversation was awarding a contract for WebTrack, which is one of the islands, to do this project, and it was done with grant money. So there's grant money that's coming in on this. There's a small portion of Metropolitan's contribution to this. However, we found out yesterday, I think through discussions, that there's another grant seeking to fill that grant to fit the funding, and, and then everybody said, we'll have to come back and show you all the details on all of that. So very controversial. Should we go ahead and do this project while we're doing this evaluation on the market study, or shouldn't we? And there was a lot of opinions going on back and forth. So at the end of the day, several motions were thrown out, several friendly amendments were thrown, several this, several that. At the end of the day, I think the vote finally was the staff original recommendations, and it was approved with 60.21% of the vote to go ahead with accepting the grant money and forwarding the project. But I think there's going to be a lot more discussion on this, and what value it has, what we need to do, and what the future is of that region up there for Metropolitan's involvement with it. So there are a lot of pluses and minuses on either side, and we can talk about that if you want to, but it's still shaking out, and there's still a lot going on. So that happened, and then we also did all of our compensation for the direct reports. So those were all approved. And then as a follow-up item, because it's not part of the administrative code, one of the things that we talked about that we were not able to do was the fact of performance evaluations. There are some directors, myself included, that perhaps a bonus is more appropriate than anything else to be able to give. And because the administrative code does not allow for bonuses for the direct reports, that there is discussion now to bring that back for what that could potentially look like as an option, but it would have to be an amendment and a change to the admin code in order for us to be able to even do that. So we have asked for that as a follow-up item so that we could start those discussions now, because it will probably take until next evaluation period to get that vetted, get it discussed, get it drafted, and possibly get it approved and adopted as part of the admin code for another way for somebody that's performing a very high level to be able to acknowledge that performance in another way. So more to come on that. It will take a good 9 or 10 months to talk about before we land on something. So that was the interest. I think the one island discussion lasted, I don't know, a good half hour, 45 minutes, at the board, that went through so many discussions that I literally had to raise my hand and say, whoa, 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 you're calling for the vote. I don't even know what the vote is right now. I mean, that's how convoluted it was. And when they restated what it was, legal counsel then went, whoa, 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 that's not what I understood. And then it went around the room again. Gosh. Oh, no, it was that bad. So it was very, very, yeah. So, I mean, writing down notes and saying, okay, wait a minute, what was this part and what was this part and what was this part? Because people were changing everything, and oh, let's add this to that, and oh, how about a friendly amendment to this? Oh, it was a lot. It was a lot yesterday. So, but we finally got through it, and gosh, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen in the next go round? So, I think that's all I need to report today.
Okay, goodness. Director Gardner, Chino Basin, I think next week.
Yeah, Chino Basin Water Master Board meets next week. The advisory committee meets tomorrow.
Yep.
The pool committees met last week. And the item of discussion is, what is the safe yield and should we change it or not? The model, the very expensive, extensively peer-reviewed model, says you ought to cut it by about 10,000 acre feet. Because way out in the future, if all the assumptions that went into the model come true, then water levels in the basin will begin to decline, and that there will be material harm to the basin. The model does not suggest that there will be any harm whatsoever if Safe Yield is not reset now, but wait until 2030, when it has to be examined and potentially reset again. The three pools unanimously accepted staff's recommendation, which was adopt the results of the model. Staff recommended it be effective for fiscal year 25, 26, and the appropriative pool said, can we make that be 26, 27? Because we have made decisions, operating decisions, and based on a different assumption. And so that passed. That's what came unanimously out of the three committees. The appropriative pool has since had some discussions amongst themselves, and I don't know if it's a majority, but there are several who are saying, maybe that was a mistake. Maybe we should see if we can't get the board to consider not resetting Safe Yield now, but wait until 2030. The advisory pool, or advisory committee, takes that input from the three pools and decides what they're going to recommend to the board. So I anticipate a lively discussion on that at advisory committee tomorrow. I don't know what the result will be. So we shall see. It continues to be interesting. Do not copy Chino Basin Water Master for San Bernardino or Riverside Basins.
Noted.
Do not copy what?
Chino
Don't
Basin
follow that
has the
model.
model for
Yeah,
our
don't use
basins
that as a
that
model.
Craig is
model.
Water
Oh, I
Master
see
for.
what you're saying. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. All right. How about CDA?
They are dark in this month.
Okay, and I think I have this now. RCRA's September.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And WRCOG?
We were dark this month.
Okay. And Sarah, I think also September, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how about Aqua?
Aqua, we do have our Region 9 program on Friday at Wilson Creek, and we will have a great program. It is sold out. We have decided that we would allow on-site registration for folks, but on a first-come, first-served basis over what they may have availability in the room. And if we're out of space, we're out of space. So this is going to be a huge, I think there were more than 100 people that wanted to come. So this is going to be a hugely successful program, so get fired up. Craig, you're going to have a big audience there, and they're going to be rooting it on. So we're really looking forward to a successful program for Region 9.
It
I
starts
think.
at 10?
Ooh.
Yes.
Does it start at 10?
That's what's on
Oh,
my
okay.
calendar, but I
Maybe,
never
maybe I
know.
have it at a different time, so I'm there on time. Yeah.
Wait, what did you say about 9?
Registration starts at.
Oh, okay.
Program begins at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'm supposed to be there earlier. So,
I meant it started at
yeah,
9.
yeah, so, exactly. So, yeah, so we're looking forward to that program. You know, Region 9 has kind of a reputation at this point that we turn out really great programs, and people really look forward to them. So no pressure, Craig, you know, for bringing that out.
It's all up to whatever the moderator of our panel can pull off.
Oh, there we go. Okay, there it is. So, okay.
Are you the moderator?
Oh, we'll be moderating and we'll stand between you and the reception.
Ah, okay.
There we go.
All right, thank you. Let's move to director comments. Director Torres, do you want to start?
Just very, very quickly, it's almost back to school season. I have partnered with a Riverside Unified School District and, oh my gosh, the Hoop Bus, in order to have a backpack drive. We'll be doing it at University Middle School, giving away 600 backpacks, 1,000 hot dogs, tons of cookies and other things. And so if you know anybody that may be in need, send them our way. And there's plenty more throughout the city and I'm sure in the county. So plenty of opportunities to make sure our kids get right. And then just on a personal note, today my baby girl turns 19 years old. Wow. She was 11 when I was first elected. So don't blink. Good God, don't blink. I just have to say she changed my life, and it is because of her that I am right here. So happy birthday, baby girl.
Nice. Director Risby?
I have nothing.
No? Okay. Director Gardner?
Just a heads up that I am going to have to miss Engineering Operations and Water Resources Committee meeting on Monday, the 3rd. So whoever is going to be here to chair that, you need to have one other person other than me to be there with you.
August 3rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Isn't that a travel day for us?
No, tomorrow.
Oh, the 4th is?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, we're traveling.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
To CASA, yeah,
Dublin,
okay.
CASA.
August 3rd, no Mike, okay. Director Denstedt?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. You know, Craig talked about the volcano fire, which was, yes, I had a very good view of it, unfortunately. I did have the Chinook helicopters flying over my house to dip into Rancho's basin over there. So I just wanted to thank staff for being on top of that. Craig and I had a conversation, and he said, yes, we're aware and we're ready to go. I was this far outside of the evacuation zone. So it's never comfortable when you're in that position, for sure. And I wanted to really thank my colleagues too. So Director Hoagland that was here from Rancho, I placed a call to him saying, hey, we're on it, and I understand our agencies are talking and everything is good. If you need anything from me, I'm here, but I'm looking at the fire and it's all good. The city was very helpful and cooperative, and I just want to thank and appreciate them for all their hard work and coordinating efforts and making sure that resources were deployed. When it started, it lit fast, and it was moving because the winds were moving over the hill. So we were a little nervous there, but they really, really jumped on it with a lot of resources and had a lot of air support immediately, which really, I think, was the kicker. And yes, to your point, Director Hoagland said, yes, it's too bad because we have on our agenda for that Thursday, they had the dip tanks up there for the helicopter sites. They had 2. They received some grant funds from the County of Riverside to do those tanks. And when I pulled up their agenda days later and I looked at their map of the placement of where the tanks are going, the fire was right smack dab in the middle of that. So it's like, darn it, you know? So he said, well, why couldn't they waited, Brenda, to start the fire until October when we would have been done with the tanks? Yeah, well, best case scenario, right? So congratulations to Rancho for, you know, approving those and getting moving on those, because it is definitely an area of concern. It's very difficult to get to, but when it comes over the hill and crests, that's where you got problems, because there's houses right on the other side. So just thank you to staff, and thank you, Craig, for, you know, getting fired up and activating and doing EOC stuff, and I just appreciate you guys, really, I do. And they were very thankful that Western was absolutely on it, ready to go. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, and believe it or not, I don't think I have any comments, other than just feeling like basking in the aura from today's meeting. This was just such a continuing of a great thing. I feel like it's the gift that keeps on giving, that agreement with San Diego County Water Authority. So very happy to have seen everyone here too. So that was great. Do we have any requests for future agenda items? Okay, I don't see any. So I believe it's time to move on into closed session. Mr. Stewart, would you take us into closed session, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you, President Roden. So for clarification, we're going to go in on the first 2, so 10A, 10B, come back here. We'll report out any reportable action, if any, and then we will, the board will hear 8D, and then we'll go back in for the last 2, C and D. Correct?
Yes.
Great. So, thank you. So, the Board of Directors for Western Municipal Water District will now go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D4, and 54956.9, subsection D2. Thank you.
It'll take us 5 to get the Zoom squared away, so if the directors want to take a brief break, that would be great. Let's try and kick off at 11:45.
So, well, President Roden, thank you. So the Board of Directors for the Western Municipal Water District met in closed session on items 10A and 10B as agendized, and there was no reportable action taken. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to item 8D. Receive and file a verbal report regarding emergency repair of the Mills Gravity Line, declare a continued state of emergency, and approve a budget allocation for the emergency repair. Mr. Miller.
Derek Kwai will present the item for the board.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, lady.
Good morning. Good afternoon, directors. It's been a little bit longer meeting today. This is an item that we are going to be reporting on every board meeting while the state of emergency persists regarding the Mills Gravity Line and the unauthorized fill and the evaluation thereof. We have completed evaluation and do believe that we have to do some repairs to the pipeline. We are asking for an allocation of $5 million in budget in order to proceed with design and those repairs. As I said, we will be reporting back progress every board meeting on how those, as those funds are expended, and give you updates as far as the progress of the repairs. With that, I conclude this report and ask you to vote on the fact that an emergency still persists.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay.
Madam
Director
President, I
Gardner.
have a question of council. Do we need separate motions, or can they be consolidated?
No, I think they can be consolidated so long as the board's clear on what they're voting on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will move then that we authorize continuation of the emergency declaration, and that we approve a $5 million budget for repairs to the Mills Gravity Line.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions? Director Jones?
Yes, I do have a question. I'm sorry, point of clarification. Do we need to add into there to authorize the general manager for signing for those funds? I mean, other than just adopting a budget for this, do we need to
I don't
do?
think so. No.
I'm
Our
just-
side conversation is the emergency declaration would allow me to do that.
Okay, I just want to make
That's
sure
my
we're clear on
understanding,
that of who the signing authority is on
Sure.
that, so.
Yeah, that's my
okay.
understanding as well.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think we're ready to vote.
Director Gardner.
Aye.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Dinstedt.
Aye.
Director Rizvi.
Aye.
President Roten.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you, directors.
Thank you. So now we are going to go back into closed session. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, President Roden. The Board of Directors for West Municipal Water District will now go back into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, would you like me to report out of closed session?
Yes, please. Are we ready?
We are 1 second.
I saw the thumbs up. I thought we were ready.
We're ready.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order from closed session into open. And Mr. Neufeld, will you report, please?
Thank you. We have no reportable action for either item C or D from closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a couple information items on there under item 11. Our next meeting is not until August 19th, 2026, right here at 9:30 a.m. With that, we are adjourned at 2:25.
2:24.
24.
I'll look